Hello everyone. Oh my god, Pisaragraph. I hope I'm saying that right. You're a Kingler! So cute! Do you see how the Kingler is moving crab ways? Love that for them. Oh, I'm sorry, again, I grew up on Mystery Dungeon. I love just Pokemon vibing in any kind of environment. So just having that be part of my interface brings me much joy. Anyway, hello everybody. Hello, hi. If you want a just general summary of how my week's going, I literally, like, when Deltarune came out on Thursday morning, I had a story time that I had to run for my library, and yet I still had my phone with me watching a live stream, muting it when the story time began, but not exiting it out of it, just so I could sneak glances and see what was going on. And then later afterwards, I would watch whole streams. Saragraph. Gotcha, Saragraph. Cool. Nice. If your name is actually Sarah, I love a good username that is also a pun name. Like, that's why I went with Sangled, because the nickname Sang, it's also my name, so it works out. But yeah, Deltarune has been kind of permeating my thoughts, and it's so fascinating, especially to have so much Deltarune in my brain. You just lead into a typo? Really? Oh. You know what? Sarah or Graph, but your name isn't Sarah or Graph. Honestly, work. But anyway, it's so interesting, going from Digital Circus, which is now basically concluded, to Deltarune, to, in some ways, comparable, in some ways not, comparable indie projects. I would almost argue that at this point, Deltarune is more indie. Again, the definition of indie, like, they're both independent. Like, they're not like big studios, big corporations. But like, how, you know, the vibe of indie on like the distance from the corporate, you know, vibe-wise, it's almost like, I don't know. Anyway, shouldn't pit two baddies against each other, etc., etc. But it's such an interesting contrast, considering that, of course, the two series are not perfect. There are definitely, you know, room for improvement in both of them, which is the nature of art. You know, there are a few things that come out and are entirely just no notes, all good. I mean, there are exceptions, but they're kind of a dime a dozen. But it's really interesting, considering that a lot of critiques I had with the Digital Circus when it comes to some of the representation side of things are so just casually well done in Deltarune. It's kind of insane. And again, I don't mean to turn this into a baddie off, because as much as I have ended my Digital Circus experience with some very mixed feelings, I want to reflect on it being like, hey, you know, this was an interesting experience, and even if I may not agree with a lot of the choices, I still think that as a piece of art, I'm glad I have experienced it, and, you know, I hope that the creator and the people who worked on it can use this as a nice memory and a stepping stone to move on to greater things and to learn things from it. You know, it's important to get out of that, because even when I look at it with the harshest, like, critique goggles, it is important to take a step back and be like, it's, you know, just art, a lot of art, even if you think it's bad art, still deserves to exist, you know. That's the thing that's important to keep in mind. Like, listen, there's some art out there that I would argue that, you know, on the scale of, like, you are bringing to the world a net negative, versus my gripes are mainly just artistic and just qualitative. There's some that lean over here, but we're not gonna get into that. But, yeah, it definitely doesn't help that Goose is essentially the only writer. I mean, in that way, you could compare Digital Circus to, like, Undertale, for example, because I believe in that case, Toby was basically the only writer. Yes, Toby has a team now, but also, I don't mean to blame Goose for this in particular, because Goose has made it clear that she is the only writer. Like, she's the main writer. Like, I don't doubt that, like, every now and then, like, she asks someone for revision or whatever. But she makes it clear she's the only writer. And, you know, she's the director and the main gal. But she said online that, what is it? Glitch Productions, you know, has offered to give her a team, and she declined, saying, I want to do this by myself, or like, I want to write specifically by myself. And you could say that that creative decision means that when there are some writing pitfalls, you really only have the one person to go to for that. But I sympathize. You know why I sympathize? Because there are posts where Gooseworks is like, I am fucking exhausted, which I understand. You know what? We're not, like, totally comparable, but, like, I understand wanting creative control over your guys, over your thing, and, you know, because you don't want to, because if you have a story you want to tell, I totally sympathize with the idea of, like, don't worry guys, I got this. But also, it almost feels like foolish to do something on a project like Digital Circus it's just you. I don't know, like there's such thing as having too many writers. That's actually a thing. There are shows in which, like, there are so many writers, it's like, oh, it's like in the opposite direction. It's like the writing is bad because there's a lack of harmony among the writers, so there's a sense of inconsistency. But if you're the only, like, yes, like you said, Kai, you're shooting yourself in the foot because, yeah, you know, at the end of the day, Goose is human, and I can see parts of what they were going for. I can still personally disagree with a lot of both the ideas and the execution of how it went, as well as, like, you kind of, like, I don't mean to be mean, but, like, I know it must be exhausting, and, like, she says posts like this sucks, like, I've been killing myself making this series, and it's like, you could have other writers with you, like, that's not a bad thing. Anyway, the point is that I will only get to victim blaming Goose if this happens again and she didn't learn her lesson by killing herself with another, like, solo writing thing for a big project, because at that point, like, girl, what are you doing? But this is her, like, debut animation project. I believe prior to that, she has experience in music, you know, composing and whatnot, and she has drawn things, designed things. Like, again, I've tried to look a little bit at Gooseworks' creative background to see what would compel Glitch to get her to make something, and from all I seeing, she has some, like, concept art, like, background, like, very designy, but not, like, you know, like, I've seen her, like, sort of storyboards and, like, ideas and all that, but she hasn't actually made a long-running story, like an animation or a comic or anything, so I can see where it's easy for first-time directors and whatnot to get into those pitfalls. She did a couple of animated shorts, really? I don't know. Again, I haven't heard of Gooseworks until Digital Circus came out. I know she did some stuff on Has-Been. Okay. Y'all know how I feel about that, but Anyway, this is our first real big pod. Yeah, so ultimately what I'm trying to say is that I am sympathetic to a creator who is in that position, and because if you think of like an alternate reality in that Digital Circus became like what's an indie project that is like sort of known but did not know she was on Hasbin. I mean, it's like she worked with Vizipop in the pilot era, which is what I want to say. She is not currently on the Hasbin Amazon show because Vizipop failed to keep like the vast majority of the people who worked with her and collaborated with her when she was indie, which is something interesting, but that's besides the point. What I'm trying to say, Edgeworld is too big. Okay, what if it's on the level of Monkey Wrench? Okay, because Monkey Wrench is an indie series that has like a bit of like a foothold in that, you know, the animator is, you know, clearly has like a very strong background. They have like voices and collaborators in the industry, and it's not a show that is particularly like has a huge fandom and it really blew up, admittedly, because the style of the show is very... I'm gonna be so real. I respect Monkey Wrench so much because I think objectively it seems like a top-notch show, but stylistically it is not the colorful cartoon toy style that is kind of like candy to specific fandomites online. So it doesn't have the specific sauce that gets their popularity, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I'm not saying it's bad for... Listen, someone can make like the best documentary of all time, but because it doesn't have like two skinny gay people kissing, then it wouldn't have the fandom. That doesn't negate its actual quality, mind you. I am talking sheerly about just like internet popularity. Yes, it is not marketable. It's like Gaslight District. I actually have to check out that pilot. I'm sorry, I'm a LARPer. I've been talking about how, you know, like people should be more open-minded about styles. Meanwhile, I never even checked out the Gaslight District. Anyway, if the Digital Circus was that level in which it was just kind of like a, hey, everyone just talks about it on a level of you should check that out because it should get more appreciation, then I could understand the creator. Obviously there's stresses of being a small creator because you're lacking the support. It's kind of an issue in the opposite direction because I don't know for sure that Monkey Wrench is like particularly struggling financially or whatnot, but I know there are indie shows that need a certain level of either views or like funding or whatever in order to survive, keep them afloat, and like that's entirely just like so stressful, I would imagine. But it kind of like, you know, again, not to pit two bad bitches against each other, but I don't know. The more I'm comparing it to other things, the less sympathy I'm actually having. But so maybe I'm not doing a good job because listen, having one of the biggest like indie animated YouTube series of all time, huge stress. Like I can only imagine something like that getting out of your control, and it feels like the weight of the world is on your shoulders as you continue to make the thing. I get that. And I think it's important to acknowledge that and have a modicum of sympathy for this relatively entry-level writer/creative. And we can still take a step aside and go, let's actually look at this fairly, which means let's try to look at this critically and not gas this up just because it's indie or just because the creator has complained online. You know, we can do both is what I'm trying to say. Like I'm very much the kind of person who, like, it's really important. And when I talk about accountability, mind you, I'm not saying like Goose has to be held accountable for bad writing decisions. When it comes to accountability for Goose specifically, I'm more so talking about like those little tweets she made. If she had like if her personality was just purely like, if she was less online than she was currently, and, you know, we just had her art and, you know, just spare moments of online characterization, then at that point it's just like, yeah, let's not jump to conclusions about who they are based off of their art, you know? Like, art can be a lot of things for some people. But because we have a lot of Goose tweets from throughout the years that indicate a kind of personality that you could argue has changed and not changed. I'm sorry, this has turned into the Goose vs. Discord stream again. I just find topics like these so fascinating because it blends in both figures online as well as art and art criticism, which are two of, like, I just love looking at both just from a psychological and analytical standpoint. If she didn't have the caucasity, well, what I'm trying to say is you should support indie creators, especially if they are good at what they do. Anyway, yeah, the point is, Deltarune Chapter 5 came out, and I've just kind of been soaking it in, just watching playthroughs over and over, and a lot of what I'm getting from it is, like, a lot of people didn't like the, yay! A lot of people felt, I would say, underwhelmed by the chapter. Some, I would say, in bad faith, because when you're in a fandom like Deltarune, in that so much of what you just chew on is just ARG stuff. Oh, Snapshoe's bot is up on it? Thanks for letting me know. That's one I've been meaning to watch. Snapcube is a very good playthrough person. But yeah, it's I was talking about this in the server, but since the 2010s, it's been such an interesting experience seeing these indie projects use the ARG and lore and secret, you know, story stuff as a hook instead of, like, the side platter to the main dish. You know, it's like if you have too much dessert, it's gonna make you sick, you know? It's like a mixture of, like, having the healthy, solid, enjoyable stuff, and you can have some fluff, but too much of it, you're gonna think, I'm having fluff for dinner, and that's not healthy, you know? So, I think Toby Fox personally does a really good job at engaging people with the ARG elements outside of the game itself, as well as inside the game. But I do think that there are people who take it and become so absorbed with it that they sort of, in their head, the ARG is like 70% and the story is like 30%, when in reality, the story is like 80% and the ARG is 20%. So when they go into the game with that expectation, it can feel underwhelming. And I'm not trying to say that if you don't like this chapter, then that's just you coping, because I can see certain reasons to feel that this chapter, like, if you wanted more, I totally get that. Like, personally, something that I was sort of wanting more from, I even say ARG is like 10%. I mean, that's true. Admittedly, like, even if you just play the game, even if you don't, like, seek it out, you gotta admit that they're sneaking a little more lore stuff and like, this chapter in particular was very, like, have you guys played a game called Undertale? And that feels in line with the lore and that kind of stuff, which, you know, blends nicely the main story with the ARG stuff, in my opinion. What I'm trying to say is, something that I was sort of underwhelmed by is that I feel like this chapter, the music wasn't bad, but there wasn't a particular track that I was like, yo, that's a banger, you know? Each chapter, I can think of, like, an iconic track, you know? Like, Chapter 1, The Field of Hopes and Dreams. Chapter 2, A Cyber's World. Chapter 3, like, Tenna's theme. Chapter 4, like, a lot of the church themes, as well as the, you know? as well as the fucking like roaring night and the you know, but when it comes to this 5th chapter, it feels, I don't know, maybe the leitmotifs for chapter 5 I just personally didn't enjoy, because there was something about it that like I don't know, like there was something, it didn't have that sauce to me personally. But I feel like you love this soundtrack far quicker. I mean, that's fair. I think the fourth world is very, you know, somber. And so, like, ambience-wise, I think I really appreciated the 4th world in retrospect. But I can definitely see the argument for the 5th world being more fun. And, you know, it's very Japanese. So, and that is not a bad thing, you know, stylistically. Maybe it was the remixes? Maybe. But all I'm saying is that, like, that stood out to me as someone, I wasn't even looking to criticize or nitpick. I was looking to enjoy, like, music, and I came out of it thinking, oh, there isn't really a song I, like, loved, you know? Not that I hated any songs, but it's just, I didn't come out of it, which it might have been my own expectations too, admittedly, but I think overall, style-wise, Chapter 5 is a really fantastic, you know, step up. I like that each chapter, even with, you know, the setting of expectations, in some ways, they still manage to exceed expectations, as well as subvert expectations. Like with chapter 3 and 4, the fact that Tenna is like a 3D model, the fact that we had that little cutscene and the text effects, and we had little climbing elements and the knight and the titan, like, you know, those are things that you never would have expected, because a game like Deltarune visually invokes a kind of simple RPG that you almost forget that the Game Maker engine is capable of a lot more. So the way of like ramping things up quality and gameplay wise is a really smart way to both build on what you have as well as like surprise you with what they can provide next. Like when fucking Flowery showed up with the anime intro, I was like, I was watching someone and I actually went, is this an ad? Like, is Crunchyroll just like suddenly playing an ad? I was so shocked. I did not expect it at all. As well as the platformer part. Again, I didn't play this, I watched people play it, but I can only imagine how much fun it was just watching it. So that's definitely something I have to give Chapter 5 its flowers, haha. That it's really good at taking a fandom that is so used to like theorizing and, you know, like hoping for like, I wonder what they're gonna do next, and completely blowing it out of the water, like gameplay wise and just like presentation wise, personally. Yeah. Besides the music, honestly, my other gripe is that Flower's design, I know it's meant to be like the most like fly paper trap for sexy men anime. You could have made him a little sexier. Let's be real. Like the design itself, it's fitting that Chris made honey toast at the beginning of the chapter, because that's basically how I feel about Flowery's, like visually his design. That's what it is. It's like the strongest flavor I get is like a little bit of honey sweetness, and that's it. And I think for a game with such like excellent design sensibilities, Flowery's design, like I was sort of expecting like a second phase where like maybe he transformed or some shit, but again, that's I'll admit that's a personal thing. But anyway, he looks like a human Rudy. Dude, don't get me started on Asgore's intense bisexual repression. Because that man has feelings for his college friends, and it's like, it's so messy. I love the general dreamer holiday messiness that is happening all the time. It tears down the idea of Toriel being a bad mother. I mean, if you ever thought that Toriel was a bad mother, I think that's just a vast oversimplification. Because, you know, you can have flaws and not be a bad parent. But yeah. What I'm thinking for the bandana, honestly, is more of a rather than this, which invokes a very classical fighter style. I almost kind of want to make a head wrap like this. Basically, I'm taking Berenike's design and sort of just revamping it a little bit. And personally, I love that Toriel had that scene where it was so bad for Susie that Susie came away with it like, oh no, this woman that I thought I could trust has been quote-unquote, you know, ruined. And because I just love, again, I love it when characters are messy in a way that makes sense, you know? If characters are messy and it's forced, or, you know, forced conflict that's like out of character and all that, I hate it more than anything. But if it's messy and it makes sense for the characterization, then give me more of it. I love conflict. I love complexity. And I'm surprised more people don't engage with stories that way. It's hard for me to like and sympathize with Toriel when she was getting drunk while Chris and Susie were stuck outside. It's almost as if Toriel isn't like a martyr figure. She isn't this like angel, perfect mother figure that you should make her out to be, because that kind of sentiment is almost like misogynistic in its inception. Like, maybe she's just a person with personal weaknesses, and this isn't even that bad of a thing to do. Like, come on, guys. She didn't like say like, oh, Chris, welcome home, and like fucking slap them or something. I still have gripes with some aspects of her parenting, but high-key, where are all the other adults? I was talking about this, whether in the server or with a friend, but I like that I was talking about this with a friend. I like that Deltarune kind of continues the classic RPG tradition of having, you know, because it's a story centered on children, you end up learning about their home lives kind of peripherally, and a lot of the conclusions you can draw from is like, dude, what is wrong with your parents? And that's something that is very classic to like old RPGs, is that you see kids like hanging around, and the concluding thought is, dude, like, it's not you, it's something in the house, like something happened, like what's going on? Ten-year-old Pokemon trainers. Yeah, that's a good example. Oh my gosh. Anyway. I'm really just messing around when it comes to Berenike's design. because admittedly, I'm not very used to drawing, for lack of a better term, fighting type people. So it really is just a matter of just feeling it out. Do you have any theories which you fuck with saying? I personally love the theory about the darkness and in general dark world and all that, specifically being associated with water, because the idea of like dark fountains, the dark depths, you know? Like so much water imagery is associated with Deltarune, and like, you know, when you make the character at the beginning, there's the water stuff. And, you know, with the, you know, weird route, this chapter, you have more association with the lake and what's on the other side of the lake. And I personally love the theory when it comes to the weird route, is that Chris and Noelle specifically clipped out of the world, and in that way found themselves in either Undertale or the Shelter or the Dark World or something. I love that idea so much. And I just love stuff that just like plays with the meta a little bit. I just think in general, the like looking back, the symbology with water is just so smart and so unexpected, I think. Because like you look at it and you think, okay, there's something there, but like you don't really put it together until that weird route scene. Just in general, I've come to, I mean, I've been appreciating Noelle as a character a lot, because, especially because of what the game puts her through, but specifically how she is associated with breaking the game, and like how she herself as a character is super interested in horror and ARGs and glitches and all that, and similarly how in the weird route she is a way for us to break the game by playing it like a game. It's just so fascinating to me. I think my personal opinion on the flowers, the individual flowers, is that like they're okay. They didn't particularly stick out to me, and I don't know if it's weird, but like I don't know. For some reason, like the fact that they're all different ages was like, I don't know. I mean, obviously artistic freedom and you can do whatever you want, but like obviously they've existed for some time before the Dark World, because that's how the Dark World works. You know, these objects aren't necessarily animate exactly when the fountain occurs, but I don't know. I do think blue and yellow, aka Blello, are very, very cute. They're cute. I love the cowboy man. I love a gimmick where the character talks funny, and he talks funny because he's a cowboy, which is wonderful. Lots of text box gimmicks with the sprites and animations and whatnot, which is, again, always welcome, in my opinion. It almost feels like because Toby said that this is the last, you know, fun chapter before it all goes to shit, they really went up and out with the text box gags, because tonally that wouldn't work when the game, you know, drops the other shoe. Have you seen what happens if you attack blue or yellow? Yeah, blue, I think blue heals yellow, as well as yellow gets in front of blue. It's just so cute, man. Listen, I'm a romantic at heart, so I love a couple. I love a couple who is just like very openly fond of each other, but not in a way that is just like lovey-dovey. Like that was kind of the point of the weather people in chapter 3, is that it was like grating how lovey-dovey they were, but this couple felt more like they were trying to make it endearing rather than, you know, comedic and silly, which I think worked effectively. They are very cute together. And also, I think canonically, the souls for the integrity and justice kids in Undertale actually did both pass, or at least were found in Waterfall. So there is the idea that the both of them like died either together or knew each other, which I think makes sense. I think there's the idea that because Justice was the second to last soul before, what is it? Before Risk? So, like, you know, Integrity obviously went before Justice, and then, you know, Justice fucking killed himself or something. Like, that's a theory again. There's only so much you can extrapolate from the human souls, but I don't know. I just think it's really cute. Both of their stuff is found in Waterfall. Yeah, the dusty tutu and the gun that's found in the trash can, and the cowboy hat and the shoes. I will say though, I may be slow, but I didn't quite understand the idea of Blue with love. I feel like with all the other characters, I kind of understood, you know? The reason why Orange is a mouse is because in Undertale, there are a lot of mouse holes at the kind of the beginning of the game. And also it's sort of a play on bravery being someone you'd expect to be big and strong, but they're actually tiny and all that. You know, I like how the flowers play a lot with the inverse of what their elements should be. Like, patience is a child who is, like, hyperactive. Bravery is a little thing that is actually very weak and all that. Actually, they're the only two main inversions. The others are kind of pretty, like, you know, close to the heart. Yeah, Blue being like, you know, Blue, like, I am the flower of love, and I'm like, it's a choice, and I'm not saying it's a particularly bad choice, I just don't know where it came from. I guess if it's only there because thematically the chapter is about, you know, jealousy and feelings and relationships and all that, then, like, I sort of get it. It's just, like, I don't know. Like, if Blue was the, like, I don't know, the artist, I could understand that, because, you know, dancing is an art. And so the idea of intertwining performance with, you know, with the heart and the soul, like, I kind of get that. But with specifically love, I wonder if that was implemented specifically, it was like one of those things to make Undertale fans scared, because love in Undertale means a very different thing. So, maybe it's the idea that, like, I keep mixing up theories with actual canon, but I know there's a popular theory that, the integrity, the blue soul, was, they got far, but they were killing monsters, or something like that. And so, like, Yellow, like, out of grief, like, had to deliver justice to them. Like, that's something I've heard in the fandom. It may not be true, by the way, but that's a specific trait I've heard associated with Blue in the fandom, is the idea that they are, you know, they aren't particularly empathetic towards the monsters. So I can see that being a connection to love, because in Undertale, love is actually the experience you get from killing monsters. So it's an interesting inversion in Deltarune, where yes, they are more loving, but in the more literal sense, in a more positive sense. I'm doing my tricky Tony mind extrapolations, which this game is full of little things you can extrapolate from. Oh yeah, because it's the dusty tutu. Yeah, I think That's probably the reason why it's such a fandom thing. Because when you think about it, all the other items are old, but technically the Dusty Tutu should, like, firstly, it shouldn't be the oldest, and it also, like, the other one should be Dusty too. So, like, that's an idea, I guess. But yeah. I want to give, my girl, yes, I want to give her fingerless gloves. Dude, Great Kill Offensive! Real ones now! Kind of a... I'm looking at these elements that are like kind of blank for me to put details in, and I'm like, how can I put the... Oh, I know how. Ooh, you know what? You know what's fun about this headband thing? You know, okay, so I'm looking at specifically like Greco-Roman like symbols and visual motifs. You know that thing in like Greek art where it's like I'm gonna try to recreate it as best as I can, but it's like, oh, I'm so bad at it. Oh, I'm so bad at it. Hold on. hold on. Let me cook. Greek pottery. Like, it's a specific pattern that I need to look for. Like on an amphora, yeah. Okay, so what I'm looking for is sort of like a... It's like... It's almost like an S. Like, it evokes... I mean, it's not exactly like that, but something like that. Greek pottery pattern. Oh, interesting. Okay, I just found a bunch of them. Oh, You know what? What about this one? I'm seeing a lot of interesting patterns, actually. Like, I'm seeing one that's literally just this. It's like when you make the special Superman S in school. I'm just really workshopping how to get this done. Something like this? Maybe. Not quite that, but something like that. Okay, how about that, but smaller, actually? That, but then it has the little, like this, on the top and the bottom. Something like that. Something like that. I will say this chapter was definitely, it was nice for Asgore, but as you know, as much as I like the conclusion to it and that he realized that he shouldn't be so stuck on the past and, you know, letting his determination consume him and all that, I almost wish we saw more of him crashing out, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. I feel like if he was a boss, they would have actually showed him more, but because Flowey was the boss, Flowery got more attention. And I'm like, I mean, Flowery's fun, but I would have loved to have a boss Asgore, because one, it'd be epic, and two, it actually forced the story to focus on him, and I think he's a very interesting character. Also, how do you guys feel about the sort of revelation that Chris is, like, before we possess their body, Chris had the Aqua soul? Like, is that canon at this point? Because I'm seeing the hints and I'm seeing the connections, and it seems like it's hinting to that. Like, the soul that they had before we took over was the Cyan soul, because they're literally colored that in the Asgore flashback, and the I keep calling them cyan, but they're aqua. And Aqua literally says, you know, there's a scene where Aqua is like, I'm red now, you know, I'm a new color, and I'm like, that ha ha ha, it's because Chris's soul used to be Aqua, but now it's red, you know? I would just love to just learn more about fucking Chris and Susie. Despite them being the main characters, we actually know so little about their... I mean, we know about their lives and their relationships, but we don't actually... I mean, for Susie, we don't know a lot about their past, and for Chris, we haven't actually seen the extent of their background. Like, we know how they acted, you know, and bits and pieces of their relationship, but you actually don't really... Like, everything is so cloudy, which I kind of love. Again, intrigue, but, you know. Man, Deltarune is a good game. That's the crux of what I'm trying to say. It's a good game, it makes me think, and it also makes me happy, because it's a love letter to games. And I must salute it for that. Definitely want her to be wearing something here. So you know, there's just more to her outfit. I'm still figuring it out. I hope chapters 6 and 7 are more horror. I think that's what they're implying, is that because they have to get more serious, it's gonna get more just tonally like, whoa, you know? And I'm very much looking forward to that. Yo! Apollo, you're an Apollyon! Yeah! Apollyon. Apologies for the lack of things happening. I am looking up a lots of characters design reference stuff in order to inspire me. What is stopping me from just giving Berenike a cool jacket? Nothing really when you think about it. Who do you guys think the knight is? Well, according to my very legitimate theory, it has to be, Rudy, because when you think about it, the knight has the deer antlers, and that narrows the suspects down to the Holiday family, and also there was a moment where the knight was kneeling during the chapter, which obviously shows that because Rudy fell early in the chapter, the knight is injured, and it doesn't totally mean that the knight is just flabbergasted because Flowery is breaking the rules of the game. I just think the Rudy Knight theory is like, it's like the Papyrus Knight theory in that it's so ridiculous. I think it's fun that you guys have hope. Whether it's sincere or not. I think it's wonderful that you guys find your own ways to have fun. I think Rudy Knight theory is so funny because besides Noel, he's the least likely of the holidays to be the knight. So, you know. Nope. Something, just like a classic small jacket. Something like that. But I have to think of what it could be first. I think the reaction towards the Death Knight theory and the idea of it being so plausible at this point that people are kind of going the opposite direction and thinking, no, it's too obvious. Tricky Tony must have something else up his sleeve to surprise us. And I'm like, you know, just from my own experiences, you would be surprised at how much, you know, build up and stuff to the answer that is the most obvious is because the answer is the most obvious. Like, just because it's obvious, because you are the lore heavy, you know, 4D chess master, it doesn't mean it's not plausible, you know? Because you're overthinking yourself into a hole, and a casual game player would probably have a harder time putting it together, and it's less obvious to them. What I'm trying to say is that I think it'd be really cool if it was Death's Night, but specifically Death, like, as a corpse would be super interesting. Like, something about maybe she died in the Dark World, or her corpse was taken to the Dark World and that's how the night appeared. Just something really morbid and fucked up that happened with Death would be wonderful, I think. Sometimes something's being big, you know, obvious means the foreshadowing is working. Yes, dude, there are. I know there are TV shows where there is like a mystery element, and when the showrunners saw that the fans were putting them together, they're like, "We have to change the plans. People are catching on. Quick, we have to make it into something no one can predict." And to that, it's like you're guaranteeing a worse experience because the desire to surprise your viewer shouldn't, you know, overpower the desire to, like, make a good story. And a one that, like, makes sense, you know? Athletic jacket. You know what? Let me just look up an athletic jacket and I'll go from there. I'm looking up cool jackets. I love my job. I love my hobby, is what I mean to say. This isn't my job. Anyone else into the toilet theory? Oh, I love that some theories have the worst names, but the theories themselves are actually like, I respect it, because there's obviously some work put into it. Isn't the crux of the toilet theory that, like, why would there be a toilet if monsters, like, can't eat food or go to the bathroom? And, like, I think that was the crux of it. The idea of, like, what's a toilet doing there if what we know about monster anatomy is true? And then winding theorizing to, like, Susie is wingding-gassed or some shit, which is crazy, but it's one of the things that makes being in the Deltarune fandom so fun, because Toby has set up so many mysteries that the natural conclusion is that people's minds are gonna go haywire. The toilet theory is that there's something under the town. Oh, interesting. Huh. I thought that maybe that's a different toilet theory. I definitely heard some theory about monster physiology that had to do with, like, a very mundane object being present in either Undertale or Deltarune. But we uses a manhole as a shortcut. Oh yeah, I guess the manhole was a plot device for the weird route. Actually, I would love it if she just had a big baggy jacket. Just, it does not adhere to the form at all. It's just a big baggy jacket. Very like an Olympian athlete's jacket. Also, as a fervent shipper myself, it is nice that Desreal was soft confirmed in this chapter, because Asriel obviously had feelings towards Des. That is canon, and them being like, you know, crowned king and queen of the festival and going up into the Ferris wheel together. Like, I think that's cute, and it does add a certain level of tragedy to Des's disappearance, knowing that she was that close to Asriel. But I think that's one of those like fandom things that I'm glad it came to fruition, even though it feels like obvious and almost like, oh, come on, you can't expect it. But yeah, I like that it was a thing. My favorite theory is that Susie is half human. Yeah, what is up with Susie's obsession with and knowledge of blood? Because monsters' whole thing is that they can't bleed. They're made of dust and all that. Like, we haven't seen a monster die in Deltarune, so it's easy to forget. But monsters don't bleed. Like, they don't have the physiology of humans. They're made out of magic, basically. And so Susie both being, you know, obsessed with, knowing how to clean up blood and loving blood and torture could be a part of her just being an edgy teen, which I understand because she's very like, I'm gonna punch it. But, like, the moment where she, like, says, hey, dude, like, why is there blood on the floor? You know what? You can clean it up with, like, peroxide and all that. That's, like, it kind of spells out something in her home life and also about, like, her own self. Monsters can bleed Sans blood. I feel like Sans is a bit of an exception because I love the theory that Sans bleeding, quote-unquote, is intentionally made to be an unsolvable mystery because Sans' whole shtick in the genocide route in Undertale is that he is trying to get in the way of the player completing the game as much as possible, knowing as much as possible, you know, getting as much as possible. So the final fuck you of Sans to the player being like, I'm gonna break all you know about monsters by bleeding in front of you, there's no answer, goodbye. I love that take on Sans bleeding, as, like, it doesn't make sense and it's not supposed to. It's supposed to be, like, a final mystery left for the player that they cannot solve. I love that. I mean, because otherwise, yeah, it just makes no sense for him to bleed, honestly. Unless it's just ketchup. But I just think it's cool, the idea of Sans still having a sense of control even in his final moments. In between. Dude, fucking hell. One thing I don't like about the Undertale fandom is the way that certain terms just become mimetic. Like, green, in between, friend, weird, like, alright guys. Enough! Alright, I get it! Like, I know we're having fun, but it's gone to the point where certain word association is making my, like, brain twitch, and not in a good way. You know? Like, I've had enough. Stop this. You know, maybe I'm at a really weird point with Berenike, and that I'm just I can't quite decide on what to execute for her. I definitely want to make her tank top. Whoa, what did I say? I want to make her tank top look like almost like armor. I think it'd be cool if it had like a breastplate-esque look. I have no idea how I would pull that off, but I want to. like something like I'm looking at like armor references, by the way. So the way that armor kind of has this, it like goes together like that, and then it kind of like this. Chris, we have to seal the fountain. You know, because you're a fucking traitor. Those only get funnier over time, especially since it's an exaggerated depiction of what people who are really into theory baiting and having, you know, the crash out that they want and all the reveals immediately instead of having it, you know, take its sweet time. I remember your snow graves. I can't get enough of it. This isn't actually armor, by the way, it's meant to be the design of it that evokes armor. Chapter 1 had a weird cliffhanger. Chapter 1, the way Chapter 1 ended, like a, what? Kara was behind it all along! Like, you can't understand that, like, when Deltarune was in its infancy, people were desperate to find ways to tie it to Undertale. You know, the thing that they were actually interested in. So it's like, wait a minute, Sans is gonna... Kara... Asriel... As much as the game itself loves to blue ball players by making references to Undertale and not delivering on it, like, I kind of don't blame fans for going crazy and hyping themselves up for Undertale 2 when that is clearly not what Deltarune is. Even though, I'm not gonna lie, Chapter 5 felt kinda like Undertale 2. I think that's why tonally some people had a problem with it, because some of the references were, like, a lot more cheeky than they've been before. Like, really cheeky. Like, alright, Tony. Alright, Tony. You can be a bit... You can exercise some subtlety. I know your audience is as dumb as bricks, but, you know... You don't have to feed me. You can just kind of let it happen. I feel like maybe the thing that... Maybe part of the reason why Chapter 5 was sort of disappointing to people is that there wasn't, like, a big stinger at the end of Chapter 5 for the, you know, the neutral, like, good route. Obviously, the weird route, holy shit. But for, you know, for the first chapter, like, oh my god, Chris, the knife, the soul, what? Chapter 2, Chris is making a dark fountain in their house? Chris is the knight? What? Chapter 3. Okay, I kind of forgot how chapter 3 ended. It ended as in, like, chasing the knight to the shelter, and then it opening a little bit. Like, what? Chris is working with the knight? What the fuck? Chapter 4. The way that ends is, like, it's hyping up the festival, obviously, but, like, what was the big stinger of chapter 4, like, the way it ended? Man, I do not remember. The point is that the chapter 5 I think the chapter 5 ending is very, it's very good at setting a tone in general, setting up for the kind of serious Shippuden, like, next phase of Deltarune. But I will say that I wish we had, like, a big, like, what? Like a big stinger moment, kind of like we had in previous chapters, that you just sit with, like a reveal or something. I mean, obviously there were little reveals in between, but I feel like for this chapter, obviously there's, like, some lore and some explanations and stuff, but I think the reason why some people felt that they didn't learn too much is because there wasn't, like, a big what, like, moment near the end. You know, because endings are usually what people kind of stick with in their heads, and when the ending is, like, exciting and, like thrilling, that's when people come away with, you know, excitement. Oh yeah, the way chapter 4 ended with Sans and Toriel, and then Chris in the bedroom, and then Susie and the split screen. Like, that was an interesting thing, because it kind of felt like, oh, we're transitioning into like a different stage. Like, ooh, what's gonna happen? And this one, the ending of it, like, again, I don't think it's a bad ending. I think it's nice, and, like, how it sets up Susie's tragedy, but, like, you know, it'd be nice if it had, like, a little, like, whoa, like a little pop. A little something that made it pop, you know? Oh, and I think that's it for Kirby. Let's move on to another song. Well, this is an appropriate title. Summer video game music for experiencing this year's record-breaking temperatures. Guess what year this came out? 2024. Alright? I think it being more melancholic made it not lend to itself, but some things don't need that to pop. Yeah, exactly. Like, what I'm trying to say is that, like, I think it's definitely effective, but I will say it didn't hit me as strongly as, like, what? As the other endings, and which is purely, like, emotion based, by the way. I'm not saying this is a bad, like, decision, but you know, it's kind of like going to a movie and hoping there to be more explosions and cool epic action scenes. Like, it's not bad that it doesn't have it, but part of you is like, oh, come on, I want to throw my popcorn at the screen because I'm so excited. Oh yeah, we talked about Susie characterization in the server XYB. Yeah, we were talking about this, and I will agree. And I've said, I've definitely said a lot about my thoughts on it. But I will say that even as someone who likes Suzelle and how much, like, build up they got, I will agree that the way that Susie was characterized this chapter definitely felt a little sudden. ship aside, ship biases aside, I'm saying this as, like, Susie was built up as very much a romantically oblivious person, and, I like that she grew to be very fond of and close to Noelle in chapters 2 and 4 specifically. It just feels like once chapter 5 rolls around, the mood is so like, let's think about love, let's talk about love, to the point where I feel like that was almost infecting the character, and they wouldn't naturally be behaving that way if it weren't for the chapter itself, like, weirdly influencing them to think about love. And again, this isn't the worst thing in the world. I think that what the chapter did with the Chris, Susie, Noelle relationship was really fascinating, as well as just the tragedy inherent to all three of them is just compelling all the time. The fact that no matter what route you play, there will always be like a third wheel feeling to those three, which I think is just so interesting. And I don't know if them being a three-part set is the good ending. I actually think that as much as I'm, a cruisy head, I actually think that having Chris's feelings just remain that, while Susie and Noelle, are the canonical endgame couple, I feel like that's the most realistic way to handle things. Because I think that Noelle and Chris's relationship is wonderful and messy, but I don't actually see them getting together in the same way that Chris and Susie and Noelle have chemistry. Does that make sense? I will say that the repeated moments of Susie talking about heartbeats and stuff did kind of freak me out, because I'm like, I don't know, like, again, it is semi-realistic to how a very inexperienced, like, having a novel experience with emotions and all that, but I was like, hearts are really important to this, this Deltarune Undertale world, and the more Susie was talking about it, the more I'm like, is something happening to her? Is there like a weird outside influence? Like, is there a spell taking? I don't know. Chris is the inferno of jealousy. I agree. I think when Gerson talked about the field of flowers will become engulfed in an inferno of jealousy, I think, Ralze was probably the most obvious prominent example because of flowery and all that, which I still don't 100% understand, but skill issue for me, I suppose. But yes, Chris is definitely going through some isolation, which is due to other people's happiness, which makes them feel bad, which I think is, again, messy, and I love that. The outside influence is probably the prophecy. Like, see, that's the thing about prophecies and stories, is that if someone acting out of character is like, well, that's just the force of the prophecy, making sure that the story goes a certain way. Like, unless the story itself says at a certain point, hey, I was acting weird, what was up with that? Oh, it was because of this weird external force that is, making me act out of line. Unless they actually spell it out and it confirmed that, that's the thing, I feel like it's a pretty flimsy excuse for what is otherwise, inconsistency. I suppose, yeah, part of the prophecy is, like, love comes to the girl or something, which, of course, has that wonderful double meaning. But, yeah. I don't know. I think there's a lot you can take away from this chapter. And, again, in comparison to the circus show, I'm glad that a lot of what we can take away is, there's a lot of good like really good and bad that you can take out of it, in which the bad is like kind of a complex discussion of expectations and, you know, like where you want the story to go and like what you've been built up, versus bad being like the can of worms that the Digital Circus finale bad is. You know what? For now, I think I'm actually gonna put Bereniki to rest because I can't decide what to do with her. So, goodbye. What else can I do? Oh, dude, I still have Godfrey! Bro, where have you been? Oh, hold on. It's kind of embarrassing looking at him again. Let's revamp that, shall we? Yes. What is this? Oh, that's the wine. Like, cause I've drawn him good. I'm just trying to replicate the one art in which I drew him good. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Does anyone notice the flood imagery? I was talking about that earlier, like the idea of the water and the depths. Yeah. Please tell me his specter is leopard based. Well, I believe if you look on his page, his specter, where is it? Is the pun I came up with for La Acatel is... The answer to your question, Apollo, is yes, it is leopard based. Like, I can't, like, get off the top of my head what the specter pun was, but it definitely had to do with the fact that something about leopard had to do with it. You know how it is. Yes, sir! You know what's up. Determination arc. I will say that the one thing I can get from that XYV is that specifically the with your heart as the arc that will shine through the way. I do think the specific wording of arc is very evocative of the flood and Noah's Ark, which I think is really cool. Anyway, I gotta... There's something about... Well, I need to, like, adjust a bunch of things. Hold on. Okay, I was also looking for his old art. Where is it? It's this one! Yeah, I'm really happy with how I drew him here. I'm trying to replicate that. I need to, like, find a way to just evoke the same... I think I need to lid the eyes more, definitely. And maybe, you know, maybe keep the eyebrows sort of messy, but like a little less aggressive. Thank you, saying I owe you my Greek life. Apollo, are you actually Greek, or are you putting someone else's Greek life on the line? One of my favorite just like 2020s joke is like, on Oomp's life we're getting Tomodachi Life on, you know, next direct, and everyone's like, on me? I just find it so funny, like, on all of our lives we're getting Papyrus Night confirmed. It's just so dramatic, and I'm so tickled pink by it. On my soul, toilet theory will be proven. Yeah, there's something about the expression that definitely needs to be fixed. This guy looks queer. That's very high praise, thank you. I try to make a lot of my characters look androgynous in a way. Maybe not androgynous is the perfect word, but like, I would say presentationally creative when it comes to, you know, expression and gender and whatnot. God forbid I get the comment, ooh, they look straight and cis and neurotypical. Unless that's the, you know, that's the goal, in which I'd be like, thank you. Otherwise, I'd be devastated. What do you mean you came to my Michelin star meal and you said this tastes like McDonald's? It's so hot. I know. This summer, like, it's not even the hottest where I am. I'm actually kind of blessed to be in a region that's not blisteringly hot and has some decent, you know, temperature control when it comes to air conditioning. But, like, it's bad. I feel bad for people in the UK because don't they, like, hate air conditioners out there or something? Like, doesn't the United Kingdom government, like, they made an effort to kill all air conditioners? Like, they're endangered now? Like, I think that's what's happening in the United Kingdom. Like, they hunted the air conditioners to extinction, so that's why it's so hard to survive. What am I gonna do for the eyelashes? Maybe make them a little pretty. A little pretty. My fan also broke down from the heat. No, you're in the extreme weather zone. School was canceled because of how hot it was? Holy! That is awful, XYB. Christ on the cross. Like, I've seen videos of fish dying in ponds because of record-breaking heat, which is... Yep, those globes be a warmin'. Giving him some nice lower lashes because it never hurts. Yeah, I think that's nice. The heat wave is gonna hit us soon? Fuck, bro! No! I mean, I guess the hottest month, isn't it supposed to be like late July and August? So we haven't even hit the worst part for us. Fuck, dude. Like, there's been some, like, a couple weeks ago, it was so hot, like, I would go outside and just immediately start sweating. And like, it was just like, woof. Thank God I work indoors, you know, like one of those. But just like being outside was a journey. So, man, I don't want like, I think it was the humidity mostly. Just felt bad. Doing chibis of grown-ass people is always so fun, because then I have to balance the chibi part with the grown-ass person part, and it's... Fun is an understatement, is what I'm trying to say. Oh yeah, that's the hair. I forgot. There's no wind here? Oh, jeez. That's awful. Maybe I should work on the hair, too. Like, firstly, I made this man hairy. So, you know, I did the visual equivalent of the, you know, that with the breastises. It's not quite as visible here, but, you know, you can, yeah. What I'm trying to say is that I'm not trying to keep him naked for too much of this stream, because it can get distracting after a while. I'm an equal opportunity character designer is also what I'm trying to say. It's my goal in life to normalize giving men the same bouncing breastises that women have. Hashtag equality. Actually, I think his eyes are slightly... Yeah, I think this eye is a little, like, lower than this eye. Which is classic Sang to happen. The eyes being slightly off. There we go. That should help. Hairy man. Actually, maybe the mouth could use. Just trying to make him look right, guys. He's not quite Bara. Yeah, he's very, I would say, conventionally, you know. Bara means having a man who looks like this. Like that image of the guy with his bustices out and the woman is like looking at them like that. And the man looks like this. That is a good old-fashioned Bara. That's Bara. Like a just brick. Godfrey is not there. And it would be doing Baras a disservice by comparing him to them. Do I have plus-size chromosynths? In my main cast, I would say the body types that are of the bigger variety would definitely be Phoebe and Gallo come to mind. When it comes to the others, I haven't actually designed a ton of them, but you know, when it comes to like actually making just big people, whether it comes to fat or muscle, I will take the L and admit that I need to commit to that more. Actually, maybe the eyes, instead of this style, we could make it a little more lower. Like, I don't like how it is here. Oh, speaking of characters, I hope you guys enjoy the way I integrated the character squares onto the page, the character cast page. For some reason, I sort of struggled with that at the beginning. Like, how the heck do I code it in? Do I have to make it a button? Do I have to turn it into an element? Turns out all I need to do is just to make it an image, like a regular image element with little hover elements and a link. Just the simplest answer in the world. Specifically, I was aiming for putting all the pictures together so you couldn't see you couldn't notice the fact that they're all separate images. Like, they all look like one image put together. That is what I wanted to execute. Because otherwise, usually when you put elements in, it's going to add in little padding, little break stuff in between. But, yeah. You saw, yay! Oh, you like Stefani? Nice! Dude, I had a lot of fun designing Stefani. She's great. I really took all the most Stefani is such a design and character outlet for a lot of stuff, so that the other characters like kind of just like spared from it. You know, like she's wearing a thong for God's sake. You know, like having a character who just embodies a certain, you know, vice or a certain like indulgent thing is great, because then you can give them all your energy. Yeah, hold on, there's just something about just not right. Okay, that's a little better. I wouldn't want to be spared from looking good. That's not what I mean, XYB. It's more that Stefani is very self-indulgent as a character, and I'm very happy that I'm able to get out a lot of that, because I don't know, like it's hard to describe, but not every character can look like her and be as fun as her, you know. So I'm glad I was able to make her and enjoy that. Because for balance sakes, I guess. She's just cunty. That's what it says on her shirt. She's cunt. Honestly, even though there is swearing and some, you know, explicit stuff in Chromosynth, for the most part, it's very, like, teening up. It's not super bad. I think designing a character with cunt on their shirt was definitely the most I sort of stretched that rating system. Oh yeah, definitely hydrate, y'all. It is the weather to be taking care of yourself, water-wise. Alright. Now... I think the hair can just sort of stay that way for now. But we have that, so now let's focus on the hair and outfit. So I think the expression and all that, I think it's good. I think it's better than it was before. I'm gonna add another eyelash because I think he deserves to look pretty. Yeah. Eyelash. Yeah. Yeah. Since values have the Homestuck troll thing, 6 letters. I'm glad well, glad is a very generous term. I'm feeling neutral. I feel neutral about these things. That the idea of classifying things with letter limitations is a Homestuck thing. I guess it's one of the things I can sort of attribute to Homestuck. There's few I would, by the way. I feel for Homestuck in the same way that I feel for Digital Circus, and that I can acknowledge that there's some art, like capital A art there, but there's just something about the way certain things were executed and the inherent whiteness of the creation that has caused me to distance myself from it. Just like, morally. I'm joking, but like, sort of. Only sort of. It's fine if you like Homestuck. It's not the end of the world. I just associate it with a very, I don't know. White is the only way I can describe it, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Steven Universe is less white than Homestuck, and I know that sounds like a bad take because Steven Universe is very diverse, but like when you really think about it, there are some questionable racial stuff that Steven Universe handled. Like, that was the crux of a lot of discourse back in the day, is that even though, you know, voice actor wise, yes, very diverse, incredibly. Character design wise, yes. People in the actual writing room, you know. Anyway, I'm definitely gonna have to redraw his hair because this is too thick. It's so much fun drawing people with just fucking ridiculous hair like this. I mean, ridiculous is a mean way to say it. I mean, ridiculous as in they do lots of loop-de-loops and it's fun. I don't mean to say, like, derogatorily, this hair is fucked up, but, you know. Dude, the penis value and the pussy value. What you didn't realize about Chromasin's world building. Holy. I also kind of like what I did here with having the bang kind of jut out from here. And it frames his face nicely. I think I'm gonna go back to that. You know, I will say that it would make sense in universe for people to flirt that way, like, yo, hey girl, you want to see my value, and then they point to their pants or some shit. Just some real, like, alright. Like, it wouldn't be something that exists in universe, but it would definitely be the setup to some kind of punchline like that. I hope everyone's staying nice and cool. I'm kind of sad that I gave Cheng the cute, you know, swirly cheeks because, you know, it's a Zhao thing. Because having the swirly cheeks just in general are just like a really cute design thing. And I am unfortunately holding myself to the standard that if I'm gonna give my character a unique little facial quirk, it's going to be their unique quirk. I will stick to it. As for the grape, I think I'm gonna have it be lower, almost like resting on their ear a bit. He looks way more like an anime bishy man now, which is that's good. That's a positive thing. His hair is so pretty, yeah. It's kind of similar to Gabrielle's in that there's like curly ends, but there's a distinct. It's not quite fluffy and it's not quite wavy either. It's a fun mixture of both. Like there's volume to it and there's texture to it, but not quite that prevents it from having like long parts. That being said, it's kind of hard to figure out where parts should go in certain places to make the shape make sense. I will make it make sense though, mark my words. So what I did was just like a super low, just like a low pony. Honestly, so low that it's not even like tied here. It's tied like kind of here. So then like just more hair appear. Something like that. Oh my god, is this the bug snacks? Bro! Kinda bug and kinda snack. You can put them in a trap. I love me some bug snacks. Oh yeah, this fucking jacket. It's supposed to resemble like an old French aristocrat. Pixels. Pixels. I definitely want to keep that, like the big fancy jacket. let's make sure to get that grape part in there. Very simple design. Just basically stack a bunch of soicles in a kind of grid-like pattern. And then voila, you have grapes. It's supposed to be kind of a... I think the reason why I had it on the beret is that it's supposed to be kind of like a pin? I think? It's supposed to be a pin that extends down to the hair a little bit. Something like that. Actually, instead of erasing that, let me just save this as a sketch to just compare and contrast to it later. Yeah. I like saving my messy sketch versions of things because it's always fun to look back and think, what the fuck was I on? Good for the soul. Also, man, I was stretching out this collar a bit too much. Holy, it would not go this far. Yes, you can show off boobage, but it has to be realistic. I'm gonna actually try to keep the jacket part and see what I can rework. Man, did I really have to go so far as to emphasize the titty line? Alright, Path saying. Alright, I know what you are. Saying was like equality or bust, literally. No, it's titty line. I mean, realistically, we can do this, okay? We can do a little emphasis. Honestly, even that's a bit much. I think that's fine. Oh yeah, I forgot the fact that this actually has a collared section to it. Very important. And it goes like this, and then it goes like this. I love a nice collared section. It always makes... I love drawing characters in kind of formal wear, and the collar is a very important part of making it feel formal. I will say, one more thing on the deltarune thing. I have been a nice pants freak from day one of deltarune, and even though I said before that I'm Cruzy's, I'm one of their bravest soldiers, even though I acknowledge that making them quote-unquote endgame would require a lot of work, that doesn't make their relationship still not complex and interesting. But I will say, the burger pants / pizza pants nice cream guy thing, like, same with the bratty and catty thing, it has to be endgame. Like, that's the most satisfying resolution for them, logically speaking. So, what I'm trying to say is that I think that Burger Pants' crash out was incredibly justified, especially with the context that, you know, he is a loser, but he also has, like, so little going for him that picking on him to the extent that Bratty did is so cruel that, yes, even though he didn't crash out at the right person, honestly, it was more Bratty's fault than Nice Cream Guy, I'm glad he had the opportunity to do so, and had kind of a come-to-Jesus moment, because I think him quitting his job and, you know, quitting quote-unquote girlfriends is him having the reflection that is needed to actually mature, because, like, I think it's really interesting in retrospect that he quits his job, considering that his character, both in Undertale and Deltarune, is defined by him being a beleaguered retail worker. So the idea of him quitting for some, like, reflection is actually huge. It's actually development when you think about it. So what I'm trying to say is that I trust Tony and his team, and I believe that Nice Pants will prevail, because I won't forget the day that they specifically updated Undertale to give them a canonical interaction. And when I say interaction, I mean, Burger Pants has new dialogue mentioning the Nice Cream Guy, and I'm like, now what did they mean by this? Now what did you mean by this, by specifically adding in an update later that gives him new dialogue mentioning that guy, that he's, you know, oh my god, don't get me started, oh my god. For some reason, like that really, it kind of reminds me of how I act when it comes to a lot of shows. Background relationship dynamics almost always get me more than foreground ones, because you only see the surface of it. I'm like, ooh, I'm desperate for more. That's how they hook me. What I'm trying to say is that I think they were done really well in this chapter, though I will say that choosing the wrong answers, aka Bratty or Catty, I think the Nice Pants reaction of like, oh well, I guess he's happy, I guess this was the right choice. I feel like you should have had Nice Cream Guy have his bratty moment where he kind of crashes out a little bit because he's seeing his, I don't know. Like, I love that if you choose Caddy as Burger Pants' new girlfriend, quote unquote, Bratty just gets so irate. It's kind of perfect because she is the cause of all that, and she's so horrible that, like, the punishment that comes to her isn't even something that is, on her. It's someone who she obviously likes getting together with someone she, like, deeply pities. I think that's so, like, cathartic, and I would love for the other, like, the alternate routes of the Burger Pants nice cream guy thing to be something that leads to Caddy and Bratty nice pants together in the end anyway. Oh my god, Dukaring, thank you for the raid. Sarah Grav, you guided some people here. Well, thank you. That's very kind. Are you familiar with this? I was just about to ask, are you familiar with this character you've never seen? So maybe not the best conversation opener. But, hello, thank you for following. If you're not familiar, my name is Sang. My layout looks like that because I really like Kirby and water aesthetics and Pokemon. So it's literally the only reason why I have this visual gimmick, is because everything that makes me happy is here. And if it makes you happy, I'm happy for you. But anyway, so I have this project that involves me designing characters, and a lot of the times I spend stream making these mini sprites for them, which is a way for me to design them and also draw them simultaneously. Because if I drew them like realistically like this, I'd be spending too much time on the details. So simplifying it like this for me is a way to make the design process easier. But yes, hello. Thank you very much for the raid. We bombed the ocean, but we didn't get the nice raid message, which usually looks like... Wait, where did it go? Oh, there is no test widget for the raid message. Aw, dang it. Oh well. Anyway, this is Godfrey. He's a 30-something French fuck, I guess. That's a good way of describing him. I'm giving him a nice, like, kind of traditional aristocratic French outfit because he deserves to slay a little bit. Also, it's fun to challenge myself by drawing and designing clothes that I usually wouldn't draw. Like, stuff with patterns like this? Holy. Usually I try to keep patterns to a minimum, but I will admit that there are some moments where the pattern is so striking that I can't resist it. Anyway, we're also just talking about Undertale and Deltarune because I'm a big Deltarune head. This is known. He looks very 1700s aristocratic French. Yeah! I wanted to go for a very... It's funny, like, you know the term, like, old money, new money? The idea that old money is from generations of wealth, but new money is, like, new. Even though he is the dictionary definition of new money, I wanted to give him kind of a vintage vibe. You still gotta do parts 3 and 4, much less 5? Okay. So then as long as you're here, I shall not spoil it for you. We will talk about general Deltarune topics. As much as we can. Yes. Because I would not want to spoil the experience for you. Have you read The Great Gatsby? Yes! I have! I've also watched the movie with DiCaprio and Spider-Man. What is his name? I know his character's name is Nick, but it is not coming to me. The guy for Pete. Oh yeah, obviously his name is Peter Parker, dumbass. But what is Tobey Maguire? That's his name. Thank you. Yes, Tobey Maguire as the protagonist. The Great Gatsby is also just a really fun read, which is kind of rare and for little old me reading an older novel, because I feel like a lot of aside novels you read are about like people dying and being racist in the heat, which, listen, who can't relate, but also like it's just kind of dull. But with The Great Gatsby, like the spectacle was so much of the allure of like, wow, this is like fun to read. Obviously, you know, metaphors and all that, but I like that it had like this larger than life vibe to it, especially with it being the Roaring 20s. Also, who doesn't love a tragic rich playboy? Batman and all that. Your OC is basically Gatsby new money pretending to be old money? Yeah, I mean, you can definitely make that connection. Oh, I love hubris. I love it when a character who comes from so little ends up gaining the opportunity of a lifetime, and then, you know, the devil takes over them and they're like, time to reinvent myself, but in actuality, what they were yearning for all along is to be loved as their original true self. Love that! Themes and such. For some reason in the sketch, I kind of made it like drape out like a dress, like this, but I think in actuality it's pretty flat. Hello underscore about the fallacies of money. You know, we can talk about how money corrupts, power corrupts, etc., but lovely allegories and, you know, folk tales aside, can we admit getting money is pretty cool? Like, yes, if you are so swallowed up by the pursuit of it, you lose yourself, then that's kind of your own demons taking over. But objectively, like, money is pretty nice to have. Like, a lot of morals to stories are like, you know, money isn't everything. Sometimes it's better to be poor and happy than rich and unhappy. Well, in this economy, no, I can't afford you know, it's just so idealistic to think that way in the world we live in, where rich people are going, it's actually, my life is so sad. And I'm like, don't y'all have like 5 houses? I don't know. I'm glad the general like public consciousness in America at least is becoming less sympathetic to rich people and their luxury, because with how stuff is going on economically, it feels more tone deaf than anything to flaunt it. The problem is their social group is so small, they're ever more detached. Yeah, like the idea that, there's a quote from The Great Gatsby. I'm a fake Gatsby head, I don't know the quotes off the top of my head, but it's the idea that, like, because the party is so large and busy, it feels even emptier. Like, it feels even lonelier with how much there is. There's something about that that's, you know, I understand that it's like overplayed and cliched at this point, but it's very striking. The idea of surrounding yourself and overindulging yourself in something to make up for a notable lack, and that indulgence not being enough. I also just like parables of watching rich people fall prey to folly, because I think bad things should happen to rich people. Maybe that's why I had so much fun with The Great Gatsby, because like other classic stories are like bad things happening to poor people, and I'm like, boo, what a fucking bummer, brah. And when bad things happen to rich people, I'm like, yes. hit him again! Hit him for me! I don't know. It's kind of like the, you know, how the Greeks defined comedy and tragedy. Like, tragedy is something happening to someone who fundamentally doesn't deserve it, and comedy is something happening to someone who does. Something like that. I'm very much paraphrasing when it comes to the definition, but, you know. Just a bunch of yes men who supported the indulgence that destroyed him. Yeah, exactly. I do think that is an additional part of that tragedy is fun. The idea that of someone surrounding themselves with sycophants who only parrot the same like fake kind of love and attention and appreciation, but when it comes to his, you know, his funeral, spoilers for The Great Gatsby. Gatsby fucking has a great big death into the pool, so he dies, and so like very, very few people show up to his funeral because he had no real homies in his squad. Dude, I'm in the jungle. I think that's also why I don't know why I thought of this, maybe because of the jungle. It made me think of Oompa Loompas. But Willy Wonka is kind of a similar story. Walk with me. So the story, why I'm thinking of Willy Wonka in comparison to The Great Gatsby is that the idea of a man who has like great big dreams building this kind of empire for himself, and, you know, confiding in the protagonist of like, you know, like this life is great, but, you know, I'd like to share this with someone. I'd like to leave the world with knowing that, you know, someone can take care of this or can take care of me. And then the idea that this fantastical life he's built for himself is ultimately like a tragic one, because you can surround yourself with all your playthings and great ideas, but, you know, you are ultimately like alone at the top. You know that, you know, classic phrase like, heavy is the head that wears the crown, or some shit. You know, like, it's lonely at the top. Quotes that you would see under, like, Bakugo fucking playlists or some shit. But I mean it, like, slightly more earnestly here. There were careless people, Tom and Daisy. They smashed up things and creatures and then retreated back into their money or their vast carelessness, or whatever it was that kept them together, and let other people clean up the mess they had made. Thank you for having us talk about literature. It feels like we've actually grown some brain cells after talking about Twitter stuff for a bit. This is a good change of pace, is what I'm trying to say. I also find the Great Gatsby story, like, really compelling as a kind of like, I love one-sided romance a lot, because you'd think I'd be the opposite because I'm such a romantic. You have a good reading voice? Thank you. You'd think I'd love, you know, happy endings and all that for romances because I'm such a romantic, but the one-sidedness and the yearning and the lack of connection when it comes to stuff is so compelling to me, because it just, like, the ache of what if is so fun to explore in fiction, and specifically what Gatsby has with Daisy, like oh my god, I'm talking about this like it's a movie that just came out, so, like, pardon me if my approach is strange, but the kind of soft reveal that Gatsby's parties are so lavish and loud because he desperately wants the attention of this woman who lives across from him, and it's all for like the slightest chance that she'll come over and, you know, validate his admittedly like they did date. So this isn't like quite the incel story of like a guy who feels entitled to a woman. It's more of like a lost love, which I think makes him more sympathetic because, and also like her sympathetic because like stories in which, you know, people are in love and then one of them goes off to war and the other kind of moves on are really compelling to me because it's kind of like the same idea of like if a partner dies, like would you want your love to move on in like, you know, without you? Like it's not exactly the same scenario, but it's similar in that like by depriving them of, you know, love in your absence, like is that actually cruel or is that actually a sign of devotion? That's something that's always like fascinated me. Like I've seen videos of people who have, you know, deceased partners and they visit their graves and keep them posted, which I think is incredibly sweet, but also it must be so fucking hard because these are people who are like in their 30s and they have the rest of their life to live, but they will always be just mourning the specter of their, you know, of the love of their life, and I just think that's, ugh. I still love that when Gatsby is introduced, it's like he's some guy instead of having a grand entrance. I don't remember exactly how he's introduced in The Great Gatsby. You know, you would think with that book title, he would be more like, hacha! Or also in the movie, I think. The movie more, like visually, maybe I'm remembering the movie more than the book. It definitely makes him more of a spectacle initially, you know. Well, in the book, he's kind of just like an enigmatic person. Well, in the movie, he's like, "Aw, that's my boy Leo. Ah, fireworks." I love this tale of the sword of Damocles for the dangers of being in power. It feels much less childish, more grounded. I've actually heard of the general, you know, sword of Damocles myth, but I haven't actually indulged in the story of it, admittedly. There's a lot of Greek mythos that I could bother having a nice sit down and exploring. Like, only relatively recently, aka a few months ago, I actually sat down and engaged with a admittedly simplified version of the Odyssey by Homer. Like having those different stories like put together, I was like, oh, that's where that myth came from. Oh yeah, the Cyclops and the Siren and the island where the witch turns the men into like, you know, animals. Oh, that's all the same story. For some reason in my head, like a lot of Greek myths are just kind of interspersed in my head. So it was good to sit down and tie those together into one thing. Nick is just talking to him and, oh yeah, the bag of winds! Famously used in the SpongeBob movie, let's go! I fucking love SpongeBob, bro. You know that image of like someone making fun of SpongeBob for having a great thirst one time, and all the comments were like, hey, yo, don't talk about the Bob like that. Dude, you better watch yourself, man. Hey. Serious. It heartens me. The idea of SpongeBob being like, I will protect you, because I get it. the SpongeBob movie is peak cinema. Yes, dude. Like, I watched it, I would say maybe a year ago. Like, I watched it for the first time in a long time, and man, does it hold up. Like, the animation, beautiful. Like, are you kidding me? I feel like I really took that for granted when I watched it as a kid. I was like, oh, like, it's a funny sponge. And I watch it now, I'm like, holy shit, they got, like, this is a major, like, budget film. Like, it's so smooth. Holy. Like, you know, there's that classic joke where, if a cartoon is getting a movie adaptation, they're just gonna shade it a little bit, and that's that. But this SpongeBob movie really, I think the Bob's Burgers movie and the Simpsons movie did similar things. They just, like, they really went all out with the visuals, and I admire them for that. Because yes, if you had a movie budget, I would also do that. I feel like the biggest oh wait moments was with the lighthouse across the bay, and the lighthouse metaphors going, wait, lighthouses don't mean approach, they warn of danger, telling you to stay far. Yeah! Yeah! I love shit like that. Like, the idea of a character using something as a means of, like, you know, the simplest definition is like, oh, light, come here. But when you think, like, more about it, it's like, wait a minute. Its literal function is the opposite, and also in the story, I don't think we really went into Daisy's, like, specific feelings on Gatsby, like, to the extent of, you know, how all that, but, like, the idea of Daisy actually being turned off by these parties, and so the lighthouse functioning as a lighthouse should, aka repelling and warning the ship, man. That's the stuff. Books are neat. You should read a story. I know a lot of my streams are very art and cartoon focused, but I can't emphasize enough that just, like, reading a story is it's just the good stuff. The little patterns on the sleeves. I'm going to try to simplify them as much as possible, just in case I have scenes with this asshole where I have to draw him a bajillion times. So let's keep this simple for future saying. The glasses billboard in the book? Yeah. Dude, you picked your username well, because you definitely come off as a writerly person who could pump out the paragraphs. As someone who is relatively art-focused myself, I love hearing more writing-oriented people just go off. Is my favorite. I should do something for the belt area, because it's kind of just there. the boots are pretty good. I will say the only thing that I'm gonna keep the boots, but I'm gonna erase the patterning. I think this is simple enough. Like a swirl, a leaf, a flower, swirl, leaf, flower. It's supposed to be a deeply simplified and, you know, abstract representation of the natural patterns that usually appear here. Because God forbid I actually draw, like, super detailed clothing patterns. Hell no. Art is art, and all art forms are good! Yeah! I'm more of a musician, but I got a bit of literary writing streak in me, yeah. You're a science major, music minor. Whoa! What a combo. Actually, I might make this pattern smaller because it's actually, I guess in this jacket it's pretty big. Might as well keep it big. Every now and then I look at what I'm doing with Godfrey and I'm like, is he supposed to look like that? And then I look at the reference, I'm like, yeah, he's supposed to look like that. Okay. And then now, what I'm gonna erase is not the glass, but basically everything but the pants and the boots. I think those can stay. You're a physics major. Oh my god, physics is it's actually the one science class in high school I did okay at because it involves math and I'm pretty decent at math. Meanwhile, bio and chem kicked my ass in high school. Like, physics was hard, don't get me wrong, but at least it had formulas and stuff that I could, you know, memorize and get through. When it comes to bio and chem, it's just like so much. A lot of science is memorization, and unfortunately, I don't have it when it comes to that. I have, you know, like logic and solving, and that's the extent of it. Like, I like it when math is just find the answer. With science, it's just, hey, what is it? What is this? I'm like, I don't know. Help me. Please, God, help me. I love good, in-depth literature that leaves me thinking on it. You know, speaking of leaves, Sarah, have you ever read House of Leaves? It's something that I've been meaning to read, and it's literally in my domicile, accessible. but I haven't gotten around to reading it because I will always overhype myself up to read or engage in something that is cool. You should eventually? Yeah. See, here's the thing. I love stuff that plays with the medium in a horror surreal way. Like, it should be up my alley, and I love the Doom mod that came out that was, like, a love letter to House of Leaves, and how Backrooms is, like, very House of Leaves in its concept. Like, I should engage with the original, but for some reason, because it's this big old book, I'm intimidated a little bit. Like, I feel like I'm scared a part of me just won't get it, because it's just a tome I have to work through. But yeah, I've talked about this a lot in general, but I just love art that really takes advantage of the medium that it's in when it comes to both the limitations as well as the lack of limits that it can have. Like, I was just talking about Deltarune, and that Deltarune is really good at setting expectations, like Undertale similarly, at setting expectations by presenting itself initially as a very dinky, simple-looking, you know, RPG, but in reality, the engine that it's on is not the same engine that you would have those old Earthbound engines. It's actually capable of much more, and the limitation it's setting for itself is a precedent to build upon and get more complex and fun, which I think is great. I actually think stylistically it's more impressive than games that really show off the graphical stuff first and foremost. I like being able to earn the fancy graphics. It's partly why working on my project in what is essentially a web-based medium is so fun, because, you know, you can do a lot with a website. And coding it all myself has been a really fun way of both having limitations as well as exploring beyond them. Because, like, I don't have a website builder that can just conveniently make a fun, fancy page with an application or some shit. Like, of course I can get inspired by code that already exists, but for the most part, like, I'm kind of doing it by hands. So, executing something that is visually impressive feels all that much rewarding to me to be able to pull off. One good science fiction book is Star Splitter. It has some very existential horror stuff built on the fabric of its MacGuffin technology that wrap into identity, individuality, and death. Project Hail Mary. Oh, I've heard good things about Project Hail Mary. Another thing, both book and movie, that I should definitely check out. You can give people some forehead saying, it's okay. Not hurting anyone. Alright, I think now we can get back to coloring. Oh boy. Alright. Oh boy, okay. Hold on. It left me pondering in deep existential thoughts afterwards. You know, good literature will do that. Good art in general will do that. I know it's not a unique experience to come out of a movie and just feel your personality shift into what the movie has done to you for a bit, but it be like that, man. That's what's so great about having a movie theater experience. It's just such a full body, just emotional experience that, I don't know. It also happens for books too. Like, I have a tendency to get really absorbed into the world and whatever's happening in the book. Like, for me to get engaged in a book, like, I have to be able to visualize it and, like, sensory wise really put myself in it, to the point where, like, when I stop, it's kind of like it's almost disorienting, because I have to calibrate myself back to, you know, the real world. I saw my favorite high school English teacher outside of the theater after watching Project Hail Mary. They were watching it too. Aww. That's cute. Dude. English teachers are, if I may be frank, some of the best teachers out there. Like, historically, like some of my favorite teachers in high school were English teachers. Two in particular I can think of. One a very eccentric man, and one a very intelligent woman. I'm fortunate in that I didn't have a bad English teacher experience. I know there are some people who, you know, were creative and aspiring, and then they had an English teacher just dash their dreams for the fun of it. Yeah, that's not fun. But for the most part, my English teachers were very, you know, drilling it into our heads, like, hey, make sure to vary your words, make sure to be thoughtful, make sure to analyze. And I'm like, yes, me when a bad bitch tells me to do something, yes, absolutely. I do need to go to bed now. You have more vacation tomorrow. Ooh, fun! Also, your birthday! Happy early birthday, Saragraph guy. I hope you have a good one, and I hope you stay hydrated and cool, because Jesus Christ, is this climate not forgiving. Like, if you're being outside for your vacation for extended amounts of time, like, please take care of yourself. Gonna go collect some rocks? Yeah! Dude, that's the stuff. You know, back, thousands of years ago, there were some autistic-ass cavemen doing some shit with those rocks and sticks. You know what's up. It's in our DNA. We were a scouting family. Aww, cute. Well, I hope you have a great time. It sounds like you're with people that you enjoy being around very much, which I think is the best way to spend your birthday. Good night. Have a good one. Alright, now that the English minor is gone, can we go back to talking about slop? I'm kidding. But anyway. How about lackadaisical teachers? Oh, Royals had two not-so-great teachers. Oh, yeah. Neglectful teachers in a discipline that you are passionate about sucks. Because on one hand, like, yes, it makes it for an easy grade, but sometimes you want to go to school to learn shit, you know? And it does suck to have teachers who, like, for some teachers, like, their passion for the medium and, the craft is why they're still, they're still got their head in the game. Because being a teacher is a fucking ordeal, but the hope that, you're doing a good thing and you're imparting wisdom and you're guiding people, like, I feel like that's a really noble reason to be a teacher. But if you've lost that and you're just coasting, that just, oh man. Like, it's one thing to be in my field and you're coasting because, like, whatever. It's like service and some programs with, like, kids and adults, and if you're less than passionate, that's fine, But with teachers, it's such an personal, like, one-on-one-esque experience that, like, it sucks when that isn't what the kid wants. One of my teachers gave me a C because my interpretation of a book was different from theirs. Was that all? Wait, so, Goose, do you think you could elaborate? Like, is that literally all they said? There has to be more, right? Oh yeah, in 11th grade too, yeah. That's when you want to, like, start critically thinking and stuff. I was also, I don't know about y'all, I was the type of kid that, like, deeply sympathized with teachers more than the troublemakers in class. And when the teachers tried to vie for control and some students were being assholes, I felt really bad for them. I was a teacher sympathizer. Like, believe me, I wasn't the kid that was raising their hand going, you forgot to collect your homework? I wasn't that bad, but, I was very much like, in my head, I was going, guys, come on, you're being too mean, I was very much a why can't we all get along kind of kid. That's why when I watched like shows and villains came, or even like soft bullies came, I'd be like, "Ugh, I hate that character. Why do they have to be so mean when they could just be nice instead?" Like that, my worldview was pretty black and white as a kid when it came to like fictional morality. I was like, they're being so mean and they're making things so much harder for people around them. It's and then later, I grew, you know, like the cognition to understand that conflict is what drives a story. So now I see evil characters and I go, yes, excellent. Like I see characters I like, why are you making people upset? When I was younger, and then I go like, yes, bitch, yes. You really grow a fondness for characters that make the story interesting, because once they're gone, it's like, brother, shit gets boring real fast. It was a test on a book and I got some wrong because my interpretation of the symbolism was different? Aww. I mean, the best thing the teacher could do if the interpretation was different was, you know, be like, well, even if your interpretation was different, like, the way you argued it was, you know, like, I feel like you didn't back up your argument for this interpretation. Like, that's something to have a discussion off of. But just saying straight up, like, the interpretation is wrong that's not really productive as a, you know, as a rebuttal to a child. Like, you need to engage with them a little more than that. Defender Squad wouldn't exist without 9th grade English class? Ooh, interesting. I'll say that, my thing wouldn't exist without just the idea of... It's funny because when I really think back on, like, why I made the Spectrum Squad, it truly just boils down to seeing artists like me have original characters and original art, and me feeling slightly like, should I have that? Should I be doing that too? And then going like, I guess I'll try. And that was the extent of it. Maybe I should try. There was a sad excuse for a story at a certain point. It was truly just some dudes in a glass jar that I shook around and looked at now and then. Symbolism questions should never be multiple choice. I could have argued my points if I was given a chance. Yeah. Honestly, like, if I was a teacher and a student gave me a symbolism answer that was totally out of left field, I'd be wanting to, like, dissect them. And be like, where did you get this? What did you mean by this? Like, that's how you get a discussion going. Like, and yes, you could argue that that kind of, like, fascination could come off as condescending, but at least it's something, you know? It's a willingness to engage. Oh god, that layer. We'll get to you. Should really hone the specific shades in Godfrey's color palette, because I feel like they're not quite harmonious yet. There's a lot about this I need to really hone down. Maybe I should switch the... I think the contrast is what's getting me, because this brown and this purple are very similar. So maybe what I should do is maybe a lighter purple? His color palette definitely needs some... Maybe the brown is too dark. Maybe that's it. Maybe we should have a kind of a lighter brown. Pardon me as I aloud. Sorry. the thinker. I'm really experimenting with this. Because I don't have it be too dull. I think having the green in it is is the choice. But, I'll keep it this for now because it's basic enough, but no, obviously not. This. Different enough from that first shade? It's different enough. Okay. Okay. Let me try to work on that jacket pattern. Maybe that'll help me. So I'm gonna have the lighter yellows. Oh, actually, let me get that. Maybe once the jacket comes together, then you will see. I love this outer space ass music. Speaking of music, I've sort of put the character playlists on the site. I've kind of put a pause on them because now I'm going back to like working on the main comic. Cue the fanfare, because the more media I've been consuming about, you know, big ongoing stories, the more I'm looking at my thing and going, I should work on that. So, yeah. You know what would be an admirable goal? Having episode 1 done by the end of the year. That would be a goal, wouldn't it? Maybe, you know, I'm ADHD brains. It would help to set guidelines and deadlines for me. Sometimes it can make the opposite effect and it just gives me anxiety, but sometimes just having a proper goal is what my, you know, working by myself ass needs. Make it the collars. That works. Okay. The jacket's coming together, okay? So now, let's add in the kind of, make it lighter. It's like a lighter green. the boots? There's still more to this design that needs to be drawn, of course. But I definitely like where it's going more than where it was. My ADHD brain is the exact opposite. I need to have an outside deadline that isn't just me saying I need to get something done. I need someone else to be counting on it to be happening. I'm kind of the opposite. If someone else is counting on it, then it's more likely for me to implode and feel crushed by the weight of the expectation. It's kind of a coin toss, I'm not gonna lie. Like, someone else's expectations can be the, you know, the match that lights the fuse that lights the fire under my ass and actually gets me to work, but sometimes it can be the thing. It's weird. It's weird having a messed up fucking brain. Y'all know the deal. Two, three, four. Yeah, that's over 6 colors at this point. We're gonna have to do away with one of these. Okay, I think it's starting to take form. Like, where the color should be at the very least. Something like that. Maybe even the boots being black is throwing it off too. Ooh, the white boots? Wait. It's making him, he's looking more French by the second, my golly. Like, the black boots, yes, it does very well to define it, but it just feels like a pit of, like, darkness here. The wide boots makes it everything feel concentrated in the middle, like a sandwich of white on the top, white on the bottom. Wait a minute. It also makes him look like the whiteness is. In some ways, having white outfits is almost a show of like egoism, because it's like, I'm wearing this, it could stain, but I don't give a fuck. And it's like, damn, he don't care. That's how I interpret it, anyway. It's still the green color that's sort of throwing it off a little bit. Maybe a different green. Wait, a warmer green? Wait, hold on. It can't be too dark. I will say the kind of this almost like Viridian green is nice, but you gotta play around a little bit. The warmer green does, it does fit nicely with that warm purple. It is very close to this color though. Like if we were to keep it, it doesn't need to get dirty and do work. Yeah, exactly. I definitely want to have some kind of brown, but I guess this will be a darker brown for contrast. Oops. Okay, I can see this coming together. I can see it coming together. Still, I hunger for that cooler green though. I hunger for it. Even though this very olivey green. Wait, I'm having kind of a big brain moment. You know how his two workers, his two you know, assistants, their colors are like a wheat beige, and the green, having it be reflected in his outfit would actually not be the worst idea in making the green more of that kind of olive look, and tie the specific specifically why I went with those two characters, by the way, fun fact, is because Godfrey's whole thing is actually really, as you know, as sexually provocative as he may appear, his gist is actually more about food indulgence and that kind of sensory indulgence. That's why his assistants are also food related. So it makes sense that he in himself almost visually, color-wise, encapsulates both of them. Okay, so if I'm gonna do that, I might want to lighten. Either lighten or darken this. I need the contrast to be better. Maybe it's because it's a skin tone, like it's too, you know what, let's try to work with his skin tone also, because that could be something that helps us with the harmony of the palette. Okay, so outfit, let's just transparency just the tiniest bit. Here, kind of the same. have this almost like purple, like a very almost a cool colored hue. That way. Maybe this instead of the brown? Maybe like a dark green. Have you considered that, Sang? Could it work? Could it work? Could it work? No, no. He looks too... it's too green. It's too much green. It has to contrast well against both the skin and the jacket. You know what? Let's actually try... If it doesn't work, let's try reversing it. As you can see from the references, I have played around with having the green either on top or on the bottom. Not bad on top, not bad on bottom either. The brown does look a little more natural as pants, though, admittedly. Why is this color palette so hard? I should make this a dark blue instead of the brown? Red grapes, green grapes, and those deep purple grapes. I mean, technically these are the purple grapes, but I understand where you're coming from. So we're playing with a bit of the triadic, basically. The green, blue, purple. A little bit when we do that. Just think about this top. Why is it so hard? Should I just make it black? No, that's too strong. Slightly darker. Then you know, this is a random thought, but I thank the stars every day that I don't have a bad addiction to something. Like nothing that like is impairing my body, like with drinking or smoking or drugs. And also thank the Lord I don't have a gambling addiction. Like, don't get me wrong, I've had moments in my life where I could feel the demons you know, knocking at my door. But for the most part, you know, I haven't actually bet my life savings or anything. And there is in the Safeway near me, there is a little like lottery machine right at the checkout. So whenever I, you know, go by it, I see people doing the little machines, and I can't help but feel like I mean, obviously it's not the end of the world if you do it. I understand the base impulse to give yourself just like a little bit of hope just to top it off at the end of the day. But I'm like, what did they say about the lottery being like a poor man's game because it preys on people's hope for a new life-changing opportunity, but it's an industry that just, you know, exploits that. There's something to be said there. So just makes me sad to see people spend their money. Like, at least when they're spending money on alcohol and cigarettes, at least it's an experience that they are enjoying. When you spend money on lottery tickets, it's like, it's about the hypothetical chance of being happy. And I'm like, that's just, man. And I say this with sympathy, by the way. As someone who has spent money on stupid things, I can definitely relate to the part of your brain going, like, you know, feeding the demons in you and all that. I think what especially just sucks about it is that so much of just, like, the fucked up industries in America are either gambling or fraud. Like, with the advent of sports gambling and of gambling for events and things that are gonna happen, like, fucking, I can't even name brands because they're all gross, but it's just the idea of, like, betting on stuff in general, and gambling being just a part of entertainment and a lifestyle thing is just so gross to me. Like, it's one thing to have microtransactions in games for children, but having specific, you know, gotcha elements is an extra level of evil, in my opinion. Like, in its original concept, gotcha being the little gachapon, and you get a little toy and all that, like, it's not bad, it's a fun gimmick. But I will say that, you know, one of the things that people complained about the Digital Circus is that a lot of the merch is, you know, the good, quote-unquote, the good merch is stuck behind the little gotcha elements. And I can definitely understand people, like, I don't have any interest in buying any of that, so I don't have a skin in the game. But I can understand people being frustrated when, like, they want good things, but they have to essentially gamble in order to get it. And I don't know. The little blind box stuff, like, in moderation is a cute gimmick, but in excess feels like manipulative, I gotta admit. Like, a lot of sales, you know, in business are inherently manipulative. You know, like, I sell stuff, and every now and then there's a, you know, buy two, get the third off. Like, it's a little bit manipulative in order to boost sales and all that. So I understand, you know, playing the game a little bit, but man. Oh, hello, Cubeshine TW. Thank you for the raid. Yes, the raid message worked. Nice. That is good news. Well, welcome in, welcome in. Stardew spotted. Yeah, let's go. Man, I haven't played Stardew in a bit. I know that there is an update on the horizon when it comes to Stardew. I know the main draw of it is that there's new marriage candidates, and that being Sandy and Clint. And I'm gonna be so for real, I don't give a fuck about Clint. Like, I don't care if that makes me less of a real one. I think that he is perfectly serviceable in what he is as a character, and that he's like this dopey guy with an unrequited love for a woman who's way better than him and out of his league. And I can understand some of the appeal for that, but like, I understand more of the appeal for like the wizard, you know? I feel like wizard lovers kind of got stiffed there. Oh, you were playing Stardew. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, I love me some Gen 3. I think it's interesting to keep these elements just as colored lines, because it adds to the kind of textural aspect of it. Like, these are all sewn into the fabric. I still feel like there should be something more with the jacket, though. I feel like there should be... I should draw some... I don't know. Some, like... Hua hua hua. Something, you know? Maybe I should just give him more accessories. That would definitely help. Oh, okay. This brown and this brown are very, very similar. That has to change. Right away. Is this Thomas Jefferson? The answer to that question will have to depend on your answer to mine. How dark is your skin? Because there's a certain level to how well I can take that joke depending on your skin color. So if you could take like a measure of 1 to 10, with 1 being the lightest and 10 being the darkest, if you could put yourself on that scale, and then I could proceed with how to react to that joke of yours. You're an 8? Okay, alright, acceptable. Alright, acceptable. You are within acceptable parameters for me to say ha 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 ha. Nice joke and reference. But no, that is not who he is. I say that because, like, if you were a pasty person making a Thomas Jefferson Miku binder joke to someone who is just a dark-skinned, curly-haired man, then I can get real woke real quickly, is all I'm saying. But nah, it's all good. I mean, I guess he's also wearing purple and old vintage clothes, so eh. There's a really fun bit that one of my favorite channels, Woolly Versus, does, where in order for chatters to give context to what they say in regards to like race and opinion, they're obligated to preface what they say with a number that indicates their skin tone, so that can measure how seriously you can take their opinion on certain things, which I think is a great bit for certain occasions and not for others. I'd say that's accurate, Royal. As someone who has seen you. Oh, I was thinking of the animatic sins of dude, Susan! Susan! I'm doing heart fingers. Susan! Dude, me and Susan, I'm not gonna act like we were equals because honestly they were definitely better than me when it comes to animatics, but like we followed each other and she commented on my shit and I appreciate her for that. Like she's a homie to me, personally. I looked at her Instagram, and it seems like for the most part, art-wise, she's like doing stuff. She's tabling at events, but I haven't actually seen a lot of recent art. So it's nice to know that they're actually like making things. I think that's wonderful. Yeah, I definitely need to give this man accessories. He is in desperate need of accessories. That is what's missing. The grape pen is really cute. Yeah! Sometimes you gotta be a bit on the nose with the character symbolism. Like, I want someone to think of grape when they see it. I wonder. You know? Oh, there he is naked. Alright, I just needed a reference for where his chest was. No other reason. Because this is actually a little off-center. Need that to be more like... And yes, I understand the irony of me playing this playlist after the discussion about the horrors of gamblism. Did I just say gamblism? Wow, that would have been so funny if it was intentional. Anyway. I'm so funny when I don't lampshade the things I say wrong. A lot of my comedy, or at least like the things I find funny, so I parrot it, is saying funny word in funny way. Probably because I grew up on Vine Sauce. I blame them wholly. Gambalism, sparkle, sparkle. Okay, I need to look up a French vest because I think the vest needs more details. Ooh, I'm seeing some fancy ass vest. Holy. Holy, is that Phoenix Wright? Brother, is this Phoenix Wright? Damn! Right on time for Ace Attorney Sunday, which is coming up tomorrow. Like a corset? No, but perhaps. Hold on. Let me actually, let's get you a little naked, just so I can work on these lines. Because I wanna, that would be like a, let's make it like a deep vest, actually. And then it'd be like a boop, boop. Faced better apart. There we go. I'm actually looking at references, which is why the clothing is getting better. I hope I get to voice my washed up goat tomorrow. Considering that we're finishing the second to last case, and there is clearly some build up to something going on with Phoenix, I think we'll be getting some Mr. Right. And we only have the one case, of course, but I will say that the trend in Ace Attorney of having like big flashback cases or flashback moments before the last case, I hope that happens for this game, even if it has to be squeezed in between the last case. I think it'd be sweet. Okay, you know, while we're here, let me also look up boots, because I think the boots could use some aristocrats boots. Damn! I mean, you know, colonization aside, they kind of had that shit on back in the day. Holy, do you see? Oh, hold on. Shutterfly. Do you see? Hold on. Why don't men pose like this anymore? Do you see? Every day is leg day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Look at them with the little, lifting it up a little bit to get a view. And this was back when, you know, ankles, my lord. So that's beautiful. I mean, you can't argue. He's giving face and he's giving legs. They tried to put me on the cover of Vogue, but my legs were so long. Man, they just served. Look at that. It's kind of like it's almost like a dress. You gotta admire it. What did he do historically? Louis the 14th? Who cares? Let's not think about that. Yeah, accessories is what's gonna help this man. Why don't men wear heels anymore? That's a good question. You know, when people say, things used to be great back in the day. Usually they're talking about bullshit like, women and modesty and all that, but we should promote more like men wearing crop tops and big dresses and showing off their ankles like that. That's the real path we should be getting back to. Yeah, the problem with Godfrey's design right now is that it's too put together. I need it to be messier. So that's why when it comes to accessories, I'm going to have to do more. Ooh, like a nice little like something like that, but not at the moment, but actually, like a nice tassel would be nice. Or even... yeah, that's doing good to divide up these two layers. You know, I think I know why I'm getting like a messy vibe, or like why I want one, is that when you think of grapes, you also think of the vine. Like there's no, I need to really incorporate the vine elements on him, but in kind of a luxurious way. I need to give him dangly things. What's like a French, like a sash? Okay, I don't mean literally French as in the French flag, Google. As much as I appreciate it, I think it'd be a bit on the nose if he was literally wearing the French flag as a sash. I was more so thinking stylistically, thank you. Damn. Oh my god. Some of these old images are just kind of like, yes, bitch. Yes. Yes. Dude, they are killing it. And they're probably killing people too. But look at them go. Look at them. See, that's what I was talking about with the French sash, even though this is literally a French flag. But like something around the waist. I'm feeling something around the waist. Like, when it's in black and white, it already feels so busy, but in reality, it's quite monotone. I need something, like, here and here, mostly. Like, it's kind of like what I did with Cheng's design, in that the waist felt empty, so I just put a big old sash in it. But yeah, just kind of something to just drape it and just draw the eye downwards. Something as simple as that to make it a little asymmetrical. French aristocrat. I'm just looking up aristocrat outfit at this point. I'm just looking up the fanciest shit that this culture has to offer. So many of them are just costumes, just like cheap ass costumes. Like, that is not what I'm looking for, bruh. Dude, like, look at this guy. Do you see the way the petticoat puffs out like a dress? This is like moe, bruh. Like, I kind of get why there is a dedicated sub fandom to like old aristocrat like white men. It's kind of like she's so cute. Why don't men look like this anymore, bruh? I need to get. Too bad XYB is probably like conked out across the pond, because I'm sure they could commiserate with me about like how cute this looks. Damn. Sorry, just like men don't wear knee-high stockings anymore, and it's a damn shame. Okay, I have found an example of a sash, finally. It would be like a, oh my god, it's even tied like a little bow. So cute. I will continue looking. But I'm glad I was able to at least narrow down the issue to accessories, because a lot of this is base outfit. There isn't a lot actually creating like motion around, which is what I look for when it comes to designs. Oh, sleepy. Ooh. You know, the fun thing and the thing that sucks about designing characters is that a lot of what I'm looking for doesn't exist, so I have to make it. So, you know, like, it's fun because I have to invent something and use that creative noggin. But on the other hand, it's like, where does it come from? Oh my god. I think this is a man. Actually, it might be a woman. They're kind of giving androgynous. It's kind of awesome. I think it actually might. Maybe I'm leaning woman? I don't know. Because I think women's outfits were a lot more like obvious dresses. Like the dresses would go down to the floor. I think this is a man. I think this is a man because usually women's dresses were like they were like ball gowns. So this is a slay, bruh. Come on. Man. I'm mostly seeing grapes. This isn't particularly helpful, but... Silly. Some like this. Something like that. Just a simple hoop for now. But something like that. Alright. That is definitely men's fashion. They had higher hair and long skirts. Yep. Alright, I think that will be it for Godfrey for now. Man, I'm definitely happier where he is now than where he was before. Do I have a saved version of him? Okay, the past version has been obliterated, but we still have the remnants of the old outfit, as well as, I guess, what we started with at the beginning of the stream. So, basically, my goal is that the more he looks like the artist Prince, if he was like a religious cult leader, the better, is what I'm trying to say. Like, that's the goal. So, anyway, thank you guys for coming. Oh, I forgot to add the shading for the green. Might as well do it here. Oop. Make it a blue. Then he does look like Prince now. Yeah. Purple rain, etc., etc. See, if someone went in with the Prince comparison rather than the Thomas Jefferson comparison, I would have been much more flattered. He's looking great so far. Thank you. Alright. I think part of my dissatisfaction with him is just the art style that I'm limited to for this, because there's only so much I can convey. Also, his clothes are so thick you can't see his tasty body. Anyway, thank you for coming. I think, actually, is there anyone who I know who is streaming right now? As tempted as I am to raid Bob Ross, I think we're okay. I'm gonna take a quick peruse through the art channel to see if there's anyone we can support. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god, this art is beautiful. Oh my god. Y'all seeing this? This is line art. This is art you would see at the cover of one of those Chinese novels. Oh, they're working on an original comic. Oh, they're known, and they just started 13 minutes ago. So I'm gonna go ahead and rate this very talented person, Anne Molina. This has subscriber or follower only chat? Yeah, sorry. You're very talented, and I understand the gatekeep, but it's nice when we can put in the raid message without it being, you know, needing to follow. But do support that artist, they're very fun. Ooh, this person is prepping for art fight. People stream Cookie Run? Huh. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. But oh my goodness, what is this Decora vibe for this one? Look at this. They're prepping for art fight, and they just have. I'm just endeared by their layout. Look at that collage elements. Featured characters. Aww. Okay, let's see. Pumpkin guts. Yeah, we can rate them. Oh, they are a group of people. Queer, trans, neurodivergent, disabled collective. Alright. Well, it's a cute gimmick. Let's give them more support. Ding, ding, ring. Alright, thank you guys for coming. Ace Attorney Sunday. Thank you for staying with me. Good stream? Thank you! I feel like the conversations have been fun. Art-wise, it was definitely going in circles a lot, though that's just on me. If I put myself on the spot and I have nothing else planned, you're just seeing my live character design process, which is a lot of just walking in circles. But regardless, thank you for coming. Thank you for the support. Always appreciated. See you guys later.